Welcome. Last time, on Elden Ring Convergence mod, many enemies were shot with a crossbow. This time, on Elden Ring the Convergence mod, many enemies will be shot with a crossbow. But more generally, last time, I found a note alongside a piece of some sort of ultimate equipment for my class. It instructed me to go find the other ones. 5 markers note the page. We must seek the essences of fire, frost, lightning, frenzy, and also a broken censer. Now, it does tell you where all of these are. We did find the lightning one specifically, which means that I need to find fire, frost, frenzy, and a broken censer. 2 of these are in locations that I went through as the Frost Witch a few Convergence versions ago when I did an incomplete run of the game. Those being the Carria Manor and Castle Morn, though I think I died a lot in the cemetery instead of properly exploring it. And I don't know if these were in the previous version of the game. I don't think they were. I think this is new to me. The previous version of the game that I played, I should say. So, naturally, the first thing I'm going to do is look for the one that I hadn't seen before. No, actually, I should probably go after one that I've seen. There's also one other thing I'd like to look for that's somewhere up here. So I'll mark that. I guess what I should probably do, given the locations of things and whatnot, is just work my way down here. Let's just start doing some southern Limgrave stuff. There's some stuff to find and do and see. And also, level-wise, I believe that should be the easiest. Oh right, I have stealth. I keep forgetting that I have no footstep sound. And so on. But yeah, let's not pause to look at the map while there's enemies. I will just begin to work my way over here. And be shot with a ballista that explodes. I kind of forgot to think. That's fine. Wait, is there a Stake of America near here? Is that skip to the other side of the bridge or something? That'd be funny. No. It's just immediately next to where I died. Well, I should just ignore everyone and run through them. I kind of forgot. There is that, though. And that. Right, I have holy bolts equipped because I was in a catacomb of some sort before. It is only now occurring to me that bolts of other damage types would be useful to have around for bypassing shields and the like. Which is somewhat obvious, but also blood bolts and the like go through those anyway. So my usual status focused strategy should be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna start off by wandering around these parts. Hello, I love you too. I'm gonna start off wandering around these parts because not many people are around yet, I don't think. So I'm going to delay my primary objective for the moment and just wander around aimlessly. And by aimlessly, I mean, like, I have an aim because
To the stars.
I can see
The song of nature.
things on the map.
A super fighting robot. Sickness must be purged.
Destroy!
I'm glad you enjoy the funny button I have created. One day it will generate more Sonic lyrics, which may or may not be what you're looking for. I think there's a number of places over here that I just haven't looked at on any characters, so I'm also interested in them for that reason. Is that... You only have points enough for one more. Oh no. Well, surely when the cooldown is over. Well, if you're looking for a good time, I hope my stream is that in general. That's the best I can hope for, really. Ah, yes, this cave. This floor collapses when you step on it. Can you tell? This treasure chest is a funny bit to get you into the cave-in zone. Can I... You have to, like, actively... I didn't know exactly what triggered it. Oh, hello. Well, I love you too. Oh, this is a gravity zone now. Okay. Gravity and rats. I didn't mean to do a cool shooting two enemies at once thing there, but I did. I'm not sure why they've combined gravity with rats. Probably just because rats and dogs in Elden Ring go anywhere. I think that guy was T-posing. I see. Well, everything is related to gravity in one way or another. Everything experiences gravity, has its own gravity. To some degree, kind of. Fights against gravity. Gravity is just a common force. Really, what isn't gravity related, other than, like... Well, even zero gravity things are related to gravity because they're defined by their absence, or the absence of gravity. Okay, like, that T-posing is actually like a deliberate animation that they're doing and not a lack of animation. Okay. Fair enough. My arrows have gravity, or bolts rather. Right, the fact that the bats sing in this voice is a thing. And they made one of them a boss fight in this early area. Well, anyway. Cool boss fight. I have a gun. Like, I am very over-leveled for this area as well, but I also have a funny gun. That is true. Well, Praise the Sun is more of a Y pose by the end of it. But, like, the T pose is a step in the direction of Praise the Sun. The arms are moved through the T pose into the Y pose. Right, that one's up there. You gotta go up. to get to that. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna teleport here. That's true. You would know because your name starts with a Y. You know all about the letter. Just like how I know everything about the letter R by default. So this area is where the necromancer starts. This church over here, I think, is specifically where they are. So there's something specific I want to look at over here. Okay, maybe it's not the church, but it might be near it. I should also check. Okay, I do have a remnant. Not that this set of talismans is particularly useful to me, because I've already got the one that raises the only stat I care about. There's the necromancy starting location, which won't be friendly to me because I'm not a necromancer. But that's not really a problem. There's the staff, and there's the notes and the rune. So, because Necromancer immediately... Oh wait, no. My mistake. That's the intermediate necromancy thing that I'm looking for. They have one of the permanent buffs that removes the cost of spirit summons. And as such, I am curious to check what stat requirements that has to see if it'd be practical to just go for that. Because I don't particularly need more of my attack stats, of course. Also, thankfully, the intermediate thing is directly over here, so... And since we're going to be fighting undead again... But yeah, like, it has no downside. It's one of the only permanent buffs I'd likely be able to access reasonably quickly. So I might as well check to see if it's worth anything. Like, for example, there are tier 5 or whatever permanent buffs that we got from a major boss that would require 40 in faith. Which is not exactly practical. Also, neither of them are really relevant. Because they're both for... One of them's for melee combat, one of them's for spell combat, and neither of those is shooting the gun. In the game's context. So... Guess I'm just going here. I think we established that the, there's the armor. I think we established that the holy bolts do more damage to skeletons, even though I keep expecting them to bypass the resurrection property. They don't, but I think they still do more damage than physical. So, I mean, we can test that real easily. Yes, they do. So, it doesn't seem like my sneaking is preventing any skeletons from noticing me either. So maybe we don't need the sneaky sneak ring. Or bauble, rather. What else do I have? Anything particularly useful to me? Damage negation. Guess I'll just do that. And just for convenience, swap priority. There's a skeleton here too. Yeah, I don't think stealth does me any good with skeletons for some reason. Is there a hidden wall around here? There's often hidden walls in situations like this one. Maybe not in this dungeon. I think there's another skeleton like here. Probably. There we are. It's weird hearing footsteps again. Ah yes, the funny pillars that spew fire that you have to like run over and attack. Well, I mean, well, if you're not using a gun. Funny that I also trivialize a dungeon mechanic. There's a skeleton up there who hasn't appeared yet. There's a skeleton right here. These pillars are supposed to like rise back up when you jump on them, but sometimes they don't. This is an enemy. There we go. I know this dungeon well enough to know where there's enemies, I guess. It's gonna be skeletons in here. I forgot there were this many. I know this dungeon well enough, but not perfectly. There we go. Not as good as the carvings in Dark Souls, unfortunately. Ah, thank you for following. Hello and welcome. Oh. And then, what's the boss fight here again? Just a cemetery shade. And here's what I was wondering about. Cursed Binding, what are the requirements? 1919. We would need 18 levels for that, which is a bit of a steep cost. I don't know if that would be worth it or not. Levels have slowed down by this point as well. So let's see. What else do we have around here? I mean, the main target is there's something over here that we need to get. So I might as well just head in that direction, I suppose.
Might I bend your ear? My name is the servants there. But I swear, my good father decided himself. The servants have since come. I fear it's no lease. Would you mind taking my soul wish, please? Thank you. Then please, deliver it to me.
Alright. Swap back to the stealth bauble, because it's fun. Just focus on what I'm doing for now. Or what I meant to be doing. I don't think there are any Ashes of War that can be applied to crossbows at any point. But there are bow ones, like the one we just saw. None of them are particularly incredible in the base game. Oops. And right, there's a thing over here too. And also, a boss fight is over here. Might as well. All right. You are now just a bunch of material. Actually, is any of that useful for me? Maybe. I am allegedly the class that is supposed to be crafting items. I might as well buy a little of everything. Is, yeah. That way I can make a variety of bolt. I have some of these. I don't need these. Because they're just weaker than what I started with. I didn't have any lightning. I didn't have any cold. I didn't have any blight. And I cannot make the frenzy or the rot, though I also don't need the rot ones. And thus the only one I'm missing is this weird, really niche one that I don't think I care about. It's like effective against demi-humans. So now I have some other status effects I can try. Cold should be really useful. Because frost is quite strong. Unless they made frost less strong in the mod, which I forgot about. You'd think I would know this because I played as the Frost Witch. I think it's less ridiculous than it was, but it might still be good to have. Now, Castle Morn, as mentioned previously and seen previously, is one of the heavily reworked areas in the mod. And one of the things we're looking for is here somewhere. As this says, within the village, well, no, that's a different one. East side of Castle Morn Town. Which is where we are. So, over here somewhere. I marked it there for some reason. Because I forgot exactly where the town was, but yeah. Alright, let us proceed with caution. So we might not need as much caution as I would expect. Yeah, I guess this is still an area designed to be in Liurnia, so in terms of like enemy stat scaling, I might not need to worry too much. Bleed will still be the strongest status, probably. In general. And then Rot will also be very good, so... Okay, it looks like Frostbite might still be similar to Bleed. So maybe that's a good one to have. So what we're looking for is the broken sensor. There's a Perfumer. Good start. If I remember right, there's ways to explore around like on the roof and so on as well. Yeah, like over there, there's something on a roof. There's a perfumer related item. We're getting closer in some sort of way. Oh. I get the impression that this item will be placed significantly. It won't be like it'll not be hidden away secretly in some corner somewhere in a way that's otherwise completely inconspicuous. Because we found the lightning one in an area that was, well, like, covered in lightning. So, you know, logically speaking. This tall tower seems significant in some way. I think I remember this. Sort of. Phalanx Pike. This is a new weapon. Whirl the spear to ready yourself for battle, causing an effect that increases stamina recovery for 20 seconds. While active, your heavy attacks will use different techniques. Follow up with a heavy attack to perform a charging rush that finishes with a spinning slash. Well, that sounds neat. And I do have strength and dexterity, actually, so we can see what this looks like. That's neat. It's not a gun, though. I mean, I could use that to give myself stamina recovery for 20 seconds. But I don't need that badly. I do like this tower giving you like a view of the entire castle town. It's quite neat. I feel like we're definitely heading towards the item I'm looking for, because this area seems pretty significant. Yeah, it's probably in here. I think I remember this, and I think this was something else. Yep, broken Perfumer's sensor. Actually, I don't know if this was something else or not. I think it was. I could go check the old videos somewhere, I'm sure, but my memory is not so good. That would be a very specific thing to remember, to be fair. Might as well go through the rest of the area while we're here, though. Shortcut. There's like 2 bosses and like dungeons and things going on around here. So one of them might be important too. There's not really a reason to skip the area. All the enemies playing flutes adds an interesting sort of ambience to the area. Stealth is really silly. And it's only progressively getting sillier the more I notice enemies not noticing me when I shoot things next to them. Good thing they don't hear my very loud crossbow. Okay, can't summon here for some reason. Is it because of the vertical elevation confusing the video game? Probably. It does seem to be a thing that happens often. Okay, there was a weird hitbox there. I think this is like the front entrance that can't be opened from the other side. So this is a classic shortcut type of situation. Yep. Which is good also because there's multiple ways to go here. Okay, yeah, Frostbite does still have a max HP damaging effect. But since it operates separately from Bleed in some capacity, that means we can inflict things with both in order to do even more shenanigans. Or at least that was the case in the base game. This does seem to suggest that it would work just as well here to be using Frost and Bleed most of the time. Right, I guess the frenzy area is this way. The madness zone. I think Frost also inflicts like a lasting debuff by the looks of things. Actually, I think the way it works is that when you freeze something, you can then detonate it with fire to do a big damage. I should try it out. This won't benefit me much against the frenzy boss because they will be fire aligned, I believe, but you know. They might be weak to ice, at least. Actually... Okay, ice is magic damage, right? I was unsure about that. Because there's no ice element, just a status. That was just a decoration. Oh, hey. The Eye of Yellow is the thing I need to make frenzy bolts, which I don't imagine would be particularly helpful that often. But it is good to have every option. I think the ice status effect at least makes things take more damage from fire or something like that. I remember strategies in the base game about resetting frostbite. And I do, but I also know that this mod reworked a significant amount of status effects. Going through this area again is kind of funny because I remember going through this on my other character, and that being significantly more difficult. I think there's going to be a large enemy that appears here, which is why there are so many small enemies, because they're gonna get exploded or something. But like, you know, better safe than dead. Also infinite ammo funny. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm not actually sure if fire has any effect on frostbite or not. This arrow does have, or bolt does have some slight AoE properties though, so it does have use. I remember that enemy causing me trouble or fear before. But now I no longer fear anything. I no longer fear anything in Elden Ring anyway. Hello, welcome. Thank you for petting Calico. We're about to fight a different boss that is unique to Convergence mod that we fought before. As a Frost Witch, you may or may not remember Shibruri's Chosen. Well, anyway. Ow. Hooray. I don't know if that was... I don't know what the gender of that boss was. Oh, this is actually really convenient, because one of the things we are looking for is here. I'm not sure what the gender of Shibruri's Chosen is intended to be, or if there is intended to be one. But yeah, that was one of the earlier Convergence original bosses. One of the other ones we fought on stream, Reese, was, I think, male? But like, a lot of the earlier Convergence bosses seem to be, generally speaking, humanoid opponents that borrow a lot of moves, or like, move animations and things from like usable skills and other humanoid opponents that existed and so on. Even the really cool Godskin Matriarch fight, I realized at some point that I'm pretty sure one of the attacks she does is basically one of the things phase 1 of the final boss of the base game did, but like with red fire instead of holy. There's like a big leap that ends in a slam attack that leaves a cone area that explodes. So, okay, I can also, while I'm here, or no, I actually need more thin beast bones. That's fine. It's not a priority anyway. But as we see here, the Essence of Frenzy should be around here somewhere. We got the broken Perfumer's sensor a second ago. But I believe on the map, well, I marked it here because I wasn't sure exactly where the village is, but it's around here somewhere. Let me double check what this says. Within the village. Well, we are within the village currently. So it must be around here somewhere. It could be atop the Frenzy Tower or something. That would likely count as within the village. Maybe. Well, there's a rat. There's something on the wall up there. So maybe there's a way to get onto the walls. Well, there is from around there, probably. There's the funny tower that makes you sad. Anything over here? Not particularly. I think I found where the perfumer essence is. I just have a hunch about it. Seems like it. Oh. Or wait. Okay, yeah, this is just a curved sword. I thought that boss was supposed to give you a rune, but I guess not. Alright. A piece of a weapon used to commit heinous acts during the shattering. Hooray! There are also many rats here. Is the invasion still? Yes. Probably should not try to fight with the Madness Tower active, but you know. Whatever. Uh-oh. Still counts. You have to like go out of your way in a weird way to get the Madness Tower problem taken care of, I think. You might be able to do something about it from here. I want to go to this church up here first. Faith and vigor. I have a very fun number of runes. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Seems like kind of an appropriate number to have near the Frenzy Village, when 4 is the number of death and all that. Now, if I really wanted to be able to summon things without a penalty, I could start putting more points into intelligence and faith, but I don't know how much I care about that. Since I picked up the relevant necromancy spell, I can also remove that. So that means the only ones we need are the one in Caria and the one over here. That shouldn't be too bad to get. I also don't know how much I really need to deal with the Madness Tower. Like, it's annoying, I guess, but I've already done everything over here. Because there's not a lot going on over here. I mean, interacting with the tower is a different thing. There's probably something in the tower. But, you know, still. Can I get to there from here? Probably. Yeah. Big deal. Who hasn't been inflicted with a little bit of madness? It is significantly more of a problem when there's also a rat. Makes sense. Tower solved. I thought there was like a warp point up here before. Must be thinking of a different tower that uses the same structure. Anyway. I feel as though I should do the rest of Castle Morn. You know, while we're here. Or while we have this door unlocked. We found what we came here for, but... Okay, there's also a bunch of roof exploration we can do with the door unlocked, I think. I don't know how much is actually on the roofs. Oh. Not sure how to make that jump, actually. Oh, wait, no, you get it from over there, I think. Maybe? Or you fall from a higher roof that you get around to from over here. Come on. Wait, did I go up that tower? Oh, I did, yeah. This looks like you should be able to jump up it. Oh well. You... Oh, that's an alive rat who didn't notice me when I was bumping into it. Okay, you go up from around here then. Right, I was up here once. I just didn't fall down and get this. Anyway, moving on. Is this part just Castle Morn is seen in the base game and the town is the main edition? I don't quite remember. This is at least, at the very least, the entrance to Castle Morn as seen in the base game. Like this particular specific hallway. But I do think it is changed. I think they added a boss to the front of it. And then they changed the boss at the end of it. Yeah. They changed this room to a boss fight. Or rather, they moved the boss fight that was originally from the end of the dungeon to this. I might have staggered them out of the air with bolts. I mean, I interrupted a phase transition with bolts at the end of the first stream against the Godskin Matriarch, so... bolts can do anything, is the lesson from this. What did I get from that? Oh, the greatsword. That makes sense. And also this.
Is there anything bolts can do?
It is decidedly so.
Well, that's concerning news for me. I thought of a ridiculous, elaborate mystery event for that redeem already that I may or may not do. I don't know why the concept connected to it in my mind, but it did. Perhaps I should say more, perhaps I shouldn't. I know not. I can never leave any redeem on my stream simple. Except for like the kazoo one. That doesn't have anything attached to it. I was going to say it didn't have any bells or whistles. But you could argue that a kazoo is kind of similar to a whistle, potentially. If you wanted to. That would be funny. I don't own a cello. I used to have a viola, but I don't feel like I was particularly great at the viola. The only thing I could do instead of a kazoo would be a cappella, but I feel like that is somehow more difficult to me on account of like feeling embarrassed about it. Kind of feel a little embarrassed about the kazoo sometimes too. Really, but it's a redeem I've considered removing. Yeah. This is kind of like if Legion from Castlevania melted. I guess this is a way to get Perfumer's bolts if you didn't have them already. Also, hey, wait a second. High page gloves are a marksman thing. Bow damage by 2%. If you don't have a weapon with interfaith scaling you get, when you draw your bow or aim with a crossbow, for each second you recover FP and SP? Huh? Also, if you hold a shot for 3 or more seconds, you gain a buff that will cause you to sprint automatically with no stamina consumption for 30 seconds. What? Oh, right, yeah, stamina, that would make sense. I mean, I guess we can try it. Yeah, stamina and MP, but also auto sprinting. It does count a seal as a weapon with faith scaling. I found this out when I tried the one that heals. So if you have the seal equipped, nothing. And then this is the other one here somewhere. Yeah, the ragged gloves. There was a loud sound and the dog started barking. I don't know what that's about. The ragged gloves, which I guess are a lower tier unless you value HP more. The ones with HP healing also don't work with the seal. I feel like the seal is more useful as a healing tool than this is. Which is why I ended up going with that. Well, part that and part because just having more stats and stuff that were directly relevant to me seemed were useful. The Omen Killer set just seems better. Which reminds me, I believe there is a third Perfumer set. Yeah, Perfumer's Grotto. I actually don't remember where that is. I think that's DLC. I'm checking. No, it's in Altus Plateau. That might be a good thing to go look for. Oh yeah, that one. If that's even better than the Omen Killer set, there's no reason for me to not go grab that. I'm gonna go mark it. It is... here. That's pretty accessible. I can teleport here. There's one other thing I marked on the map, but it's more of a memory-based mark that I would like to go get, which is roughly over here, I think. But I should finish what I'm doing here first. Does this tell me how... I wonder if this spell or incantation tells me like how much I heal? Or if it's based on something. This is... No, it doesn't give me a percent. But it feels more reliable than the 7% per second thing. Like, it's easier to do a little bit of this on the fly as opposed to holding down aim. Plus the stats that the gloves give me. Alright, I guess it might be wise for me to have a longer range bolt equipped. I don't know how useful Frostbite is turning out to be. Scarlet Rod is plenty good already. I wasn't aiming for that one, but you know, whatever. There are stronger bleeding bolts in the game somewhere, ordinarily sold by a merchant of some sort at some location, but almost certainly not anymore. So eventually we'll be able to have bleeding bolts with more range. And a little bit more damage. Maybe a little bit more bleed buildup, not entirely certain on that front. Hello, sir.
I'm Edgar. You can see me. They gave me foul. I'm sorry, but whatever. Take this. I see. Thank you. But I can't, even if they can, ensure that.
I've already got your sword.
If you see her father.
I mean, unless they changed that to the other sword, and I just didn't remember that. Don't remember what this is about. But I did it. I think there's like 2 flames you have to extinguish to get to the Scavenger King boss. Or something like that. Come on. Oh, there's a thing right there. Is that where I'm supposed to go? I don't think I can make that drop or survive that fall. What's this here for? Oh well. No, I live. Never mind. Don't really know why you'd want to do that necessarily, but... You know, I think this comical amount of corpses is here in the base game a little bit. Like, there's definitely a similar mound, but they've also, like, quintupled the amount in this mod. I think there's another way to go from here. Or maybe I'm mixing this up with the normal situation. This is arranged differently a little bit. I mean, I could. This is just the start of the place, though. There's stuff up there. The shortcut might be there entirely to get you back to that guy when you're done with the castle. It's like, ordinarily, this room has... I guess I didn't... Is this anything? No. Ordinarily, this room has more exits and less bodies. I guess I didn't go up here. No, I did. That is, in fact, the shortcut I opened. Dang it. Perhaps there is some way to continue from up there. I've forgotten. Oh. He's gone now. There's a bunch of guys over there. Hello. Welcome. Oop. What you've missed, I did some I've mostly been doing stuff that we did before as the Frost Witch, though I did acquire, I don't know where they would be, key items? I do have the Frenzy, the Lightning, and the Broken Sensor now, so we're missing 2 of them. But I'm currently trying to remember how to navigate the updated Castle Morn in order to, you know, complete the area. I don't know if this is the intended way. This is the way that I'm going. I was also able to make a number of okay, having the ladder on the ground there is funny. I was also able to make a number of additional types of ammunition, though I don't know how useful that is. Like, I have frost now. I think I was able to make Deathblade. I could make Frenzy if I got more bones. But, like, mostly you don't need all of them. Probably. Alright, we're getting somewhere. I'm probably good to stick with, like, Rot and Bleed mostly. Oh, I see. That's fun. There's no way, right? Well, this is more elaborate than the base game as well. I believe Perfumers being associated with demi-humans is an addition in this mod as well. Well, okay, not exactly, because I think there was lore to that extent in the base game, but I don't think it was anything was really done with it that often. This mod expanded upon it. Because I believe Trisha, the person whose Pomander we're trying to make, is like a summon and a boss fight in the base game, and was mentioned to have tried to help demi-humans and been outlawed for it or something like that. Not an expert, but it's something similar to some of that. Oh yeah, her boss fight is alongside one. I do remember that now. Well, that's unfortunate. Enemy that's difficult to fight in very narrow corridor as Crossbow. Now I'm like a billion years from where I was. Actually, I could have kicked the shield. I forgot I have kick. I don't know how well that would work, but I could have done it. I need to remember that I do that. Now there's a lot of stuff to do again. I have 28 of those. That looked like I killed them by kicking. Wait. Kick does damage? What? Hold on. It was definitely just a poise thing before. All right. I have a melee attack. We'll have to experiment with this more. So I went over here. This is difficult because I wanted to be holding sprint there. All right. Okay, it has a weird hitbox though. How much? That does more than my crossbow shot, or just like one of the shots anyway. And it's free. Okay, this build just got funnier. I didn't think it was going to be funnier, but it did get funnier. You know what this means also? There's a talisman that boosts kicking attacks, and there's a talisman that boosts skills. And kick is both of those, potentially. Like, normally the kicking attack one wouldn't apply to kick, but maybe it does now? I believe I have the skill talisman. I don't have the kicking one. It sure is. I didn't try going this way. Much. Okay, that was silly. This is not going well suddenly. Stop. Okay. Well, it's what you get when you die in the ceiling, I guess. Shooting is still going to be preferable to kicking. But kicking is an option. And funny. Okay, I remember going up here. In previous run. Claymore and Zweihander are right next to each other, huh? Interesting choice. I mean, they're a different class of weapon, technically. Right. The giant. I assume I could have gone over there and done something about that in some other way. Alright, so up there is where I died. Is there like a shortcut or something to uncover down here first? Dang it. Dang it, bird. I mean, there's a shortcut in some sense. In the sense that I can go back down there. Wait. Stop it. There's a bird. I feel like there's either a shortcut or... yeah. Yep. This is much closer to where I am. I was gonna say there's either a shortcut or a grace. Well, the bird didn't like that. Anyway, now to avenge myself. Hopefully. Come down here. There we go. Use the environment to your advantage. And I did need to go over here. The path of the fundamentalist is now open. Oh, right. That's what those are for. I believe that is somewhere in the town. Surrounding the castle, there's like a place you can get some holy incantations from. Rats. They love the pot. I think enemies like that are too low to be hit by the kick. Oh, there's the fundamentalist thing. It's just right there. This is either some spells or a weapon. Yep. I feel like I never got... Yeah, I still had the stat penalties from the bird existing. I never got my stats back when the bird decided to stop existing. That's an unnecessarily frightening jump. And I'm dead. Maybe that's not correct to do that. Not a big deal, though. Oh. Do I have to make this jump? That's ridiculous. I must, right? Ugh. I did it, but it's not pleasant. Nor is that one. Does it? Maybe? Huh. Interesting. I didn't really notice that. Okay, good. I remember this part, and also that means we don't have to do those jumps again. Ah, interesting. Something to keep in mind then. Stop it. Well, I just spent all my runes, so... Okay, this is from somewhere else. This was an alternate way to get to here. I was worried about that hitting me on the ladder. I don't know how to get over there yet. Another unpleasant jump. Yep. She sure does do that. Wait, is there no point to this part? Oh wait, no, I can go down here. perish. I might have accidentally gone the right way. But that's fine because I saw a checkpoint down there. So I can teleport back and go the other way instead. Out of the way, rat! Out of the way, rat! No, not like this. Not like this. That was a pretty funny way to die, but also... Well, anyway, I can try the other direction now. I could have tried kicking, but I'm pretty sure the rats are too short to be kicked. Didn't go this way. I do sort of remember this, but I don't remember what's over here. Right, I remember like jumping down there to see if this was anything. Or try to see if that was anything. I don't think it is. You can go there. So like maybe it was. But I don't think it is. In reality. So let's not jump into the ocean. Hmm. What? Okay. Try plunging attack. I could have been using my lantern, I suppose, but... Well, there's the whip in its regular place. Normally, the bonfire would be here. They moved it lower, it would seem. It's over there. And this was a boss fight that was also new, that we fought before. Because there used to be the boss that was at the start of this area over here, and then they switched some stuff around. First, whatever's over here, though. Sort of remember that. Well, so much for Gino. And what else was up here? A lever. Oh, you have to pull that to get to the boss. Forgot about that part of it. Just a final little extra puzzle. You can call it a puzzle. But also there might be something over here. I think the octopus head was placed over here or something. That would make sense. I remembered correctly. This is now Dex and Int 1 and physical absorption 10%. I never found the octopus head in the regular game because I think it was just like a really small % chance anytime you've killed any octopus. If I remember right. Anyway. I forgot you did that. I don't know why I decided that was a good time to heal. This is another original boss who we fought before as Frostwitch. And we had more trouble that time. Than we did now. And where did this go again? Well, I should double check and see if there's anything else in the boss arena, probably. Oops. I remember we ended up like finding a chain of portals and being like, where does this go? Where does this go? Right. Hell. A miserable place to be. Not as bad with a crossbow. But this enemy type gave me so much trouble in the base game all the time. But this is the, yeah, the subterranean shunning grounds. This place sucks. As they say. I had the same reaction when we got here the first time on Frostwitch. This was an area I largely did off camera in the base game run, I believe. So you'll have to take my word for it mostly. Since we don't need to have the remembrance to check what it gives you, we can simply get a bunch of runes. Now, what did this do again? Dairu's Greatsword, Int and Faith, which allows you to do a mighty leap and slam the blade and follow up with a wide swipe.
How could let the
I will double check to make sure that I don't have any more upgrade materials. I don't believe that I do. Also, how are you doing over here? Still alive?
Always good son. If Luna Prince, then she should bear the.
Right, because you want me to talk to Ronnie, so you won't die until Ronnie gets mad at me.
No. I need to do better than this. This will never kill a god.
I don't know, I've killed a god with your help already.
It needs to slay a bloody god.
I've already done that.
Oh, don't pay me any. Just lay out your.
Alright, we can upgrade the seal, but I don't think this actually does anything. I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh, right, everything only goes up to +10 now. They just take different types of stone. I'd forgotten.
Greeting, are you here for spirit?
Nice. We've upgraded both of the spirits I've been using. He is not here. You can't stop me from jumping on her bed then. Hehehehe. By the way, just because I'm thinking about the octopus head. It's in here somewhere. With a transmogrify system, you can simply have an octopus head without worrying about it. If you want. It's kind of silly. I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. What if I tried some of the other perfumer robes? What style best suits Claudia? I wonder. There's the perfumer robe, there's the perfumer robe with the cape. There's the traveling garb, but with a cape. There's the depraved perfumer robe, with and without a cape. We have options. Ooh, the combination of colors here is pretty good. Like combining this with the prisoner's trousers. Probably find some better gloves. But the colors here are nice. Actually. Also, it's interesting that Depraved Perfumer isn't a set for the Perfumer in this game, in this mod. Because it only, the information only listed 3. Looking for gloves that kind of match the boots. What about if there are no gloves? Okay, it doesn't roll the sleeves down. What about light? What about, well, I guess there's the depraved perfumer gloves. They have a similar color. They have a way different texture. Welcome to Robin Puts Together Video Game Fashion Live. Sometimes this happens. What about these? Different shades of other color. The accents are very important when putting together video game fashion. Well, those are gauntlets more than gloves. These were always an interesting glove, because I'm not sure what's going on. I guess there's like crystal growths on the hands? Or something? The Errant Sorcerer. It's a set I never got in the base game. That kind of works. Sort of goes with the red accents instead. Yeah, there we go. This is good, I think. I mean, the hair clips through the collar a little bit, but just for the sake of variety, we can have this for a little bit. And on that note, speaking of fashion, why don't I go get the other Perfumer set that's over here? And also another thing that's on the map that I wanted to go get. You know, I think Depraved Perfumer is... I don't quite remember if they're connected to the Frenzied Flame. But it occurred to me that it would be kind of funny if I just got the Frenzied Flame ending a second time out of silliness. Instead of, like, getting a different one. Because it's not like the mod's tracking achievements. Probably prevents achievements. So it wouldn't really matter if I didn't get one of the other ones. Hey there. Right, there's two of you here. Wait, can you block? Hold on. Is that... I thought that only blocked spells. Well, this is good for me. Simply confuse the boss by running away. As a reminder, this horse is supposed to have less dash and vulnerability. Seems to be doing just fine. Also, meanwhile, this other one has been taking continuous damage. Okay, yeah, that doesn't reflect bolts, but it does block them. Makes sense. A seal near an old entrance into Landale has been broken. What? Strength, faith, mind, and endurance. FP cost of incantations and weapon stamina cost. Pretty good. I'm not sure what that message about a seal being broken means, but I think that's new. Right, there's like a rune bear over here. Not here for you. Here's where we need to be. Third perfumer set ought to be in here. Since it's listed after the one that I have, theoretically, it should be even more powerful. If I know anything about ordering a list. I remember this dungeon. This is where you go to grind the Perfumer armor set in the base game. No wonder it's here. Which I did primarily for aesthetic purposes, because I had that one idea to do the game, do a run of New Game Plus with only perfume weapons. Which we've kind of ended up doing. In like a roundabout sort of way. Why can a flower bleed? Not my problem. And there it is. Is it better than this? So this is 3, 2, 1, 2%. And Perfumer... 2% perfume damage and item discovery. Interesting. This might actually not be better than... Well, also, it does increase the vigor by more. And the item discovery boost is more, and then there's the perfume boost. but there's less arcane. Also weighs less. There's a lot going on here. It's possible that that might increase the damage of perfume bolts, but the accessory didn't. But I'm gonna wait and check. It'll probably lower them on account of the arcane going down. Actually. So that might be worse. If it does increase Perfumer Bolt, we might have something we can do there. Oh, right, you. I didn't remember you being in here. Well, anyway. Right, because this is a cave that, like, intersects with another nearby one. Yeah. Because, like, normally you'd be over there. I think that's the Altus, like an Altus tunnel of some kind. And this was... Miranda the Blighted Bloom. I thought they were just called Miranda Blooms. I believe this was something else in the normal game. That's true. Let's see, Dex and Endurance. When you drink a cerulean flask, you gain 40 stamina recovery, and magical projectiles are deflected for 45 seconds. Okay. That seems like it breaks certain things, probably. All right, time to go test some stuff out. I expect damage to be reduced. Instead of increased. $762. So this will go from... This will reduce arcane by 1 in this case. $756. So yes, it doesn't work. So for me, I believe Omen Smirk is just better. That's unfortunate. Regardless, let's now suddenly go over here and try to find something that I marked with a vague memory of where it was, rather than like, because it's something I looked up in the Discord for Convergence. It's somewhere around these parts. I don't know if you can get down there from here. Well, there's that. That's something. Doesn't look like you can get down there from here easily. Easily, no. In a convoluted way, maybe. Probably a better way to do it. There's also a perfumer weapon somewhere in this region. If we look at this jar cannon in Volcano Cave. We could also get a second pulley crossbow if we wanted, I guess. You cannot power stance crossbows, though. In case you were wondering. Oh, hey. Now Gelmir's got hands, etc. I don't actually know if this would lead me to a lower elevation. It might make more sense to approach from like here. Or to attempt to. I don't remember the best ways to navigate Gelmir, because I don't think I... Well, since it's one of the later game areas, normally, I haven't spent as much time in it as I have in the early game parts. I guess there's a bear here. Well, I got stuck on a tree and died. Oh, that's why the statue is here. Because the bear breaks it. I think the bear didn't... The bear ran way past me and went to sleep because of my funny stealth item. I'll accept this. Oh, the bear can just do things like that. Seeing the bear fall in slow motion is pretty funny though. There we go. I vaguely remember this part. I feel like there was something important or cool or useful placed here originally. Perhaps not. Or maybe. Oh, this is where the pulley crossbow is. At least in this game, this mod. Now we have two of them. This is not useful. This is kind of familiar too. Except I think I'm remembering an Erd Tree location. Shadow of. Actually. Oh, that's actually an important side quest item, I guess. Oh. I didn't mean to go that way. The horse has a turn radius that's very wide, it turns out. I got distracted by shooting things when I'm trying to go a specific place. I think I can probably just cut through the village. Okay, it's honestly quite funny if I can just use this grace. Hold on, boss fight. I'd rather not. I feel like I never went here. Also, hello. Hello, dead wizard. I take your staff now. There we go. Sometimes you don't need to use your horse. Oh. Alright then. Actually, this does remind me there was another thing we wanted to test. But I'll get to that. In service of this, however, I will make the kicking talisman. And also randomly make this arbitrarily. I think what I'm after is over here somewhere. I hope so. Heck is this? This is a portal to the underground of some kind, presumably. Forgot about this one. If it was a thing. Elmir Hero's Grave. Oh, I think I remember the name of this place. But I don't know if I've been here. Anyway, I don't intend to be here right now anyway. What is with the storm of dogs thing? It keeps happening. Okay. Wait. Further... how do you get down there? Assuming that's what I'm actually after. This might be a case where I should have marked the very exact specific location of something instead of guesstimating. Maybe. This... Ag! Ow. Rude. All right, let me actually double check that. Gotta navigate a Discord server FAQ, hold on. Can't use Control F because it's 90% of people asking where it is and being told to go to the FAQ. Making it useless. There it is. I think I'm actually like right next to it. Or very close to it. Okay, it is actually not over here, but it is like right here. So I probably was literally right next to it. Maybe. If not very close. This is also a very long ladder. There it is. Hello. Mule acquired. Much like the horse, this one explodes too. Dash and vulnerability greater. Ability faster dash plus stamina recovery. Speed 95%. Seems good. Anyway, we've completed adjacent to horse quest as a result. So try one more thing over here and then take a break. Or a couple things, I guess. Nope, not over there. Nope. I will never be able to successfully navigate a circle in my life. There we go. Oh. We have to see if Kick's damage goes up with the other things. Kick. 365. 365 when dual wield, or when holding with two hands. Kick potency increase. 365 expected because that's not programmed to work with this in the base game. Skill power increase. 402 does work on kick. Not by like a significant amount, mind you. All right, we've figured that out. While we're at it, physical damage. Yes, that does work. Kick is free, so lowered FP consumption should do nothing, I believe. Maybe there's some other weird interaction I'm not thinking of. Alright, now I have to remember where horse zone is to adjust horse. Yeah, that's what I thought. So... Okay, you're over here. Snap fingers to activate mule. Pet mule. Success. Now that all that's out of the way, we should probably do the other thing I was like, the whole thing I meant to be doing. The whole thing I meant to be doing, that's basically correct. And here's the mule. So I should have stamina recovery while on the mule. But anyway, before we actually get to doing stuff that I intended to do. Okay. Do I have any runes? Yeah, I had enough for another level. Before I continue, let's take a break. Enjoy the Kaled ambience in the meantime. Hello. I'm here again. We can stop enjoying the Caelid ambience now. So I need to... So one of the things is, according to the map, prior to the impassable Great Bridge to Redmane Castle, I've arbitrarily decided to get this one before I go to Caria Manor again. So this mule is at 95% speed, which is compared to the 110% speed of the previous horse, but that's fine. Should have more invulnerability on the dash and a faster dash and stamina recovery bonuses while mounted. So it seems just like better for me. Right. Right, decaying Exekius or whatever is a gigantic rot cloud that covers the entire state that you're in. Size of a postal code. I forgot about that. Well, rot's not gonna help me against you, so what I should do is swap. Not again. The hitbox for that is probably like the most vague hitbox that ever existed. Oh. That was my fault though. Yeah, there is greater dash invulnerability if I've ever seen it. Yeah, keep doing that. That works for me. Okay. This was almost very sad. I haven't found the Church of Dragon Communion yet, or Cathedral. I wonder if there's only the one in Caelid now? Oh, you don't... Oh, that's a new change. Convergence made it so that you don't have to go through a prompt of, are you sure you would like to revive your horse using one use of your flask in the middle of combat, which is good, because that was clunky, because you'd be doing that in the middle of combat, most likely. I'm glad they changed that one. Anyway. I don't know exactly what it means by prior to the... Oh, I think I know exactly where it is, actually. Yeah, I shouldn't be using rot arrows in this area in general, I've just realized. Not that I've been here very much. Whoop. Crap. Okay, that was the dog, not me. So this is the impassable Great Bridge. As you can see. So it's gotta be around here somewhere. I'd hazard a guess that it could be up here. Well, I'll let you deal with that. The guy didn't deal with that, it sounds like. It's a good thing that my summons teleported up here. That's helpful. Exalted flesh. Not what I'm after. Okay. Just the tiniest shelf, I guess. You want? It's gotta be around here somewhere, though. almost catapulted myself off the cliff. Very cool maneuver to do. That's probably right there. See a little altar. All right. Perfumer's Essence of Fire. And with that, first of all, we can remove this. Did I remove the... Yeah, I did. Okay, now we just actually have to go do Carrion Manor. Which we did before on the Frost Witch, and it's very Frost Witch related. But now it is time to shoot it with a gun. And that should be the final step of getting the special ultimate smell. Whatever that may be. Might as well fight whatever boss is here on the way. And also, since we just got some beast bone, we can make Frenzy Bolt. I think we now have all the craftable bolts except for like regular and fire, which is redundant. Okay, we don't have rot, but that's also redundant with what we have. We don't have Peak Bone, which just lures people, which could be interesting. But I don't know how useful that is. I also noticed that there's only... Right, we didn't find the volcano cave or whatever for the jar. That's fine. There's only one craftable ballista bolt by the look of it, which is interesting. Right, the funny wizards that prank you that are here. I don't remember where the boss is. There's got to be some stairs somewhere. That's how they always work in areas like this. I don't remember if there was a boss here originally. I don't remember one. That doesn't mean anything. Kick a wizard when you see them. So, Royal Revenant. That doesn't sound like something in the base game. The kick is strong enough to work pretty well on certain things. And like weaker enemies can be one-shot by it, which can save you some time, I guess. Don't really need to save ammo, but it can save something. It's always difficult to find the staircase in ruins. It could be invisible. Given where we are, it's likely that it is. And I just don't remember where it is. But this is also not really important, I don't think. I also don't remember if rolling uncovers invisible things or not. It usually does. Ah, well. Oops. I am not gonna worry about this one then. Okay, you have... Yeah, that makes sense. You have arrow, somber stone, and smithing stone. So this is where you can get infinite, like, regular stones, I guess.
Brave Tarnish, his territory once. When the Raya look after level Karian, like Kanjat is wine unless you wish.
Ah, whatever. I think the manor still shoots lasers at you, but it's also way more ice-themed than it was before. I'm pretty sure I had to go through the whole thing to get to the graveyard that it's talking about, but I'll check. That the Pomander is talking about. I mean, there is something over here. Oh, maybe there is a shortcut to it. And by shortcut, I mean the game wants you to die. And will kill you. Oh, this is a shortcut to the Rani area. So you don't have to go through the whole manor. Was there anything down there? Mostly just a spot to get ambushed at, I think. Well, I think this does count as the graveyard. I think this does work for what we're doing. I will still likely need to go through the manor at some point. I guess I don't have to. But still. Yeah, there's a dragon here. It's normal. Sure. Yeah, this is also the dragon that leaves. So, you know. There was a dragon here. Chilling mist. As before. I think the graveyard's like, what said it was west, so. Cemetery west of Carria Manor. So. We are west of Carria Manor. You just have to find it. I feel like this was less obvious before. This is Celavis's funny evil puppet zone. Do not touch. Not really anything to do here other than yell at Celavis later. Seluvius? Selvius? I forget exactly his name. Someone's going, ah! I wonder what that's about. Too bad this map is like really unreadable for the most part. Here's Ronnie's house. I'll worry about that later. I'm guessing the cemetery is actually... Well, I mean, this would make sense, but it's not particularly west, which is the main reason why I'm confused. Hmm. But I'm pretty sure I remember seeing a cemetery up here or something. Oh, that was just creature. I did not need to fire. This is just one of the other towers, which we can't go into until we talk to Ronnie, of course. Well, I don't think we can go into this one for a while, but still. There's a boss gate here. That's funny. We actually... No, we can't go through here backwards. Huh. Maybe... Oh, wait, hold on. West of Caria Manor. It could mean like the west part of Caria Manor. It could be inside the manor. Because I sort of remember that existing. Could be like slightly badly worded in that regard. Hmm. Well, at least to talk to Ronnie, I guess. She won't recognize that I already have the curse mark of death, probably, and, like, found it without even knowing about her, technically. Because that would require new dialogue.
Thou must have some business, though I have no I see. Indeed, I stole a fragment of the root. I did it, but sadly for thee.
Yeah, I've already got it.
And it is upon. And why should I perform the all the same? The curse mark now. The curse mark now.
Alright. I mean, I've already got it, but not important. It does make it very much funnier. Now I talk to Rozier and enlist in Ronnie's service, and then Rozier dies. Eventually.
Always good. So, I see. When running, you know, but then perhaps it's true. Forgive the blood. How would you the location and the best way to? I know you've got. Well, not only are you. Can you become while in her and determine? I realize that I know you've got.
Almost ran in directly through the elevator. I guess it wouldn't matter because you would survive that.
curse now. Oh, thou wouldst rent affording thyself opportunity. Very well. There's nothing wrong. What's more, I am curious enough to see what thy destiny. I'll allow it. And good. Good. There is. I would have thee join him. I have called for. Heed not there, but I'm sure thee. Speak thou needs. It hath been a.
Hooray.
Oh, again, the Carian, I'm told that you I will give. My apply, never I, do forgive, let us give together.
Name's Blood. Glad to have you. Well, I'm situated the Eternal City. I'm planning to go below. See if I can't. I'm going below. See if I can. Don't keep me waiting.
Don't know how much of this I'll pay attention to, but
I see. Yes, I don't know what since I ask. I resummon pain should you, if it were up to but who.
guy sucks. We all know this. I can't use any, Oh, I can't leave.
I resummon pain should you, if it were up.
Do I have to go talk to Ronnie again? I forgot.
I'm going below. See if I can. Don't keep me waiting.
I think it makes you talk to all of them, but I thought I had. So.
Let us together.
Must have to talk to Ronnie again. It's been a while. I forgot the steps.
I shall. And it will be this doll's. Still, I look.
Yep, now I can teleport again. Not that I really need to.
Did you not realize? Perhaps I'd like you to find even you. Good. Now I shall have. Find an affair. I expect. I've no time. The only thing are we and I have enough.
This guy sucks, as we know. Forget what's up here. Probably not much. Maybe like a memory stone. Probably a memory stone. It's a memory stone. I also realized I've forgotten to speak with Nefeli in the hold. He should be here somewhere. I will not be giving her the potion. Oop, wrong way.
Is a bloody Sullivan.
Oh, the round table.
But,
Televus, yeah.
I see Celadus. Just tell him that despite not his inevitable.
It's still weird not hearing footsteps, but the stealth is actually pretty useful still. Nefeli is down here, I think. Normally, no. Huh. Don't actually know where she goes. There's not that many places to go. But I think she's normally over there somewhere. Like she's over here first, but she wanders off somewhere else. This is just the dung eater. This guy also sucks. He's loathsome, I've heard. Oh well, I'm not super bothered about doing all the quests anyways. Also, now that I think about it, I might be interested in doing like the DLC quests and stuff. And I'm also not certain if they've redesigned anything in the DLC. It would make sense if they hadn't, because it is very new. Well, new-ish. Oh, what is... There's a gate here? Alright, where does this go? Huh. I guess that makes sense. Because this is where Selen is. One of the, like, 3 Selens that exists for some reason. So what the heck is that? I missed. Pretty sure I can probably get there from down here. It's just a lily. Okay. I think I'm going to have to do the actual manor, and the item I'm after is in there instead of around Ronnie. At this point, I'm pretty sure of that. Which would mean the wording of west of the manor is a little bit wrong. But also, like, I think I remember there being an area in the west part of the manor that stood out as being different. I still can't remember if the Perfumer stuff existed in the previous version.
Well done. Very well. Knowledge of the sorceress, I doubt much of it, if you put your mind. You wish to... Well? So... It's... I may have expected. You break into a man's selfishness, fine and well. You trick Nefel. I believe that you yearn for a puppet of your... Well, no, but perhaps now.
And you pick one of these.
Begging for another.
Okay, Celavis just outright does not sell anything in this mod. Celavis's small amount of use has been removed because he sucks too much, I guess. What do you suppose the chances are that they meant east and put west instead? That's also an option. It's a funny option, but it's an option. Because there is a sizable area over there as well. Anyway, do I still get shot at by magic for approaching the manor normally? Probably. Maybe not because I've talked to Ronnie, etc. Yeah. Probably not. Alright, we're here again. Welcome back to the ice. What was once hand is now ice. These are two elements that that cannot coexist. It makes a lot of sense for it to be ice, to be fair. Also, wow, this is like immediately much easier. Which shouldn't surprise me too much. Oh. I don't know if these can be affected by rot or bleed, because they're like ghosts. Conjured entities. I should probably just swap the Lordsworn. I forgot about the exploding knife trick. It's a good trick. I thought there was someone in here. Or multiple. Yep. Got this before, I believe. That guy wasn't targetable until I shot them once. I really go back and forth on wondering how useful stealth is, because it sometimes seems to do something and sometimes doesn't as much. Okay, I think enemies here are struggling to notice me sometimes still. So... This was also a dungeon where my computer, or rather my power, went out several times due to a storm, as I recall. Oh, hey. Okay, they can be inflicted with rot. Quite possibly bleed as well. It is unclear. I guess it will become clear if I shoot one with a shield enough, so I should just try and find out. There's definitely some things in here that bleed. And also the rot bolts seem like they're good enough for anything that doesn't, that needs to be shot from further away. Well, I don't know if you bleed, but you die. And then that's just the entrance, I think. Yep. This place somehow feels darker than some of the caves that we've been in. I don't need the best views.
To the stars. If it fits, I sits. I throw the earth to a sail. Now, they drink alone.
Destroy!
That got weirdly timed, but it worked out anyway. Was that for the bot that was destroyed? I guess they were destroyed. I forgot that that crystal turned into a crab. I'm trying to see if you bleed. Hold on. I don't think they bleed. Yeah, okay, they don't. Interesting that they can rot, though, I think. Okay, maybe I was just seeing... Maybe... Huh. I think some of them... I think they forgot to make all of them rot immune or something. Weird. Well, in this case... I don't know what would be good against them. We can try some elements and stuff. Maybe lightning? There's one of the prank knives right there. Saw it that time. Okay. It's only the most conspicuous of crystals that can explode. Not the regular kind. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to do that. Place is definitely more of a maze than it was before. How does this look without the lantern on? Even darker. I don't know why that was a question. Actually, this place might be more straightforward than it used to be instead of what I said. I'm not entirely sure. But what I want to know is where's the graveyard? I think they might be weak to lightning. Take that knowledge. Take that pew. Take that elaborate lighting thing. Kick is a fun move to have. This is the opposite of stealth also. That's fine. Oh. You know what? Why not? Oh yeah, that thing. The wiggly whip. From the base game. Or the wiggly sword, rather. It's a silly weapon. All whips are wiggly. Well, I think so. Another scary jump I can do. Or maybe have to. I don't know what they were attacking, but okay. Lots of people hatching from crystals today. Forgot about that. And they were much more trouble before. That's for sure. Thought I tried to unsummon you. Well. Eccentric's breaches. Ah, this is one of the rune level 1 things for the prisoner. Which is a thing. The prisoner is now built around staying soul level 1. I've been over here, right? Yeah. I knew that wouldn't open, I just wanted to kick it. When you see a door covered in wooden planks, don't you want to just kick it open? If you have a kick button? Whoop. Okay, I'm doubting that they're weak to lightning now. I'm more unsure about it. Okay, I'm not gonna get the advantage that way again. All right. Well, they're not gonna be weak to magic. They're gonna resist it almost for sure. Try it anyway. Well, I mean... yeah, it did more than the other element because it's a stronger bolt. Maybe they're weak to fire. Maybe they don't have an elemental weakness. Seems like they probably don't have a weakness. Elemental. Anyway. I also still don't remember what Deathblight does in this. It's not just kill in this one. Maybe that's the cemetery that's west? No, I think this is just further into the dungeon. Well, Deathplate worked on some part of that. Whatever it does. I could probably look that up. Status reworks are in the FAQ. So I'm to scroll through this again. Problem with an FAQ is when it's not really searchable easily. Status effect changes. Deathblade lowers the target's resistance to status effects by 50% and lowers the target's absorption by 20%. Okay. Fair enough. Also, sleep works as a increased damage enemy receives and reduced damage they deal even if they don't actually fall asleep. And apparently it works on a lot of things. I could try the sleep bolts more. It'd be funny. If Deathblade makes things more vulnerable to status ailments, it would also work well with bleed. Presumably. There's some options here. I feel like I got through this whole bit without as much trouble as before. I mean, that's true of everything I did before that I'm doing again. Very kind, convenient ladder added here. This is where I could technically purchase another arcane scaling thing. If I wanted to, like, you know, use something that wasn't a gun. Hello, welcome. We are in Carria Manor again. Kick is buffed by skill damage increase, but not by kick damage increase, because it was not coded to do damage originally, presumably. And the redeems are broken. I see. You've summoned a rabbit, but nothing has occurred as a result. I don't know why this is broken. Hold on. I think something got the queue stuck or something like that. Probably. Okay. I can't tell if you caused this or not. But literally nothing works. Nothing voice related works. Text to speech related.
Voice check.
What? Well, that was one of them. Very delayed.
Voice check.
Voice check.
Why is it super delayed?
Voice check.
Voice check.
That was like several seconds after I pressed it, and there's not a pause built into that one.
Test.
There's like a weird delay that's added to everything for some reason. Why does that get stuck? I have no idea, and now I'm going to be mad at tech issues for 3 hours and 50 million years. I guess I have to religiously test every redeem before a stream now. And like restart the computer 5 times and spin in a circle and pray. What if I press this redeem without triggering it through It gets stuck after that. What are you stuck on? Do I wait? Okay. And now the voice check doesn't work either. Something has clogged the queue. And does clog the queue instantaneously.
Voice check.
Voice check.
Okay.
Check.
Never mind. I don't care anymore. If this is broken, if it's only broken today, it's fine, I guess. If it's broken forever, I'll delete the entire stream and throw my computer out the window and then become a hermit in the mountains. It's fine. What am I doing? I'm on a roof. Technology issues are one of the things that makes me the most frustrated out of anything that exists in the world. Other than, like, you know, all the problems that the world has that are always happening. This is nobody's fault, for the record. Oh, I also, we have all of the pieces of the sensor except for the one that is in, quote, the graveyard west of Caria Manor, end quote. Which is why we're in Caria Manor, because though you can access the western area, it does not appear to actually have a graveyard in it. So I am assuming that the graveyard is connected to the manor itself in some way that I've yet to find. Also, like, for the record... Oh, you've heard about this one specifically. For the record, I am guessing that the issues with all the cues and commands and texts and so on is on OBS's end, because I did restart the Calico machine. And, well... Wait, And that didn't do anything. And restarting OBS is basically out of the question, because that kills the stream. It's in the question if it's like early in the stream and not late in the stream. But I never pressed the record button. God damn it. I have to download this from Twitch then, later. Not that anyone watches the VODs anyway. I'm here now. God damn it, god damn it, god. Everything is suddenly collapsing at the end. Everything is now suddenly abruptly falling apart into pieces. Where am I? I'm like at the start of the dungeon. it takes to make my mood tank is a tech issue. Or a number of other things. And then now I'm gonna feel like the stream is garbage. I need to stop thinking. Hey, the sleep bolts seem pretty good. Thank you for petting Calico, at least that part works. I don't know why the text-to-speech is having issue. Oh. You have a great bow or something. What? That doesn't look like it goes that far. Yeah, it is kind of fancy. It's like a really fancy name too for what it does. Like it makes sense in the context of the lore of the thing, but still. There's a bunch of places I can go from here too. Oh, I also went and got a different set of armor. I don't think you saw that part. But, it turned out to be worse. It buffs perfume item damage, which does not apply to the bolts. And I guess it would be good if I was using the perfume, weapon, because I think the perfume damage does still apply to that. Or actually, no, I think they removed that too. So it's only the items, which I don't like because they aren't infinite. So why bother? Okay, what's over here? Never mind. You have to kick that ladder. I think that's a shortcut then. Maybe. Also, the slightly different look is just I was messing around with options. We're still wearing the same armor. This is the depraved perfumer tunic in terms of the aesthetics, but that doesn't appear to be a perfumer armor set within the mod. Have I been down here? Pretty sure I have. I'm not really sure what the point of this is. I'll double check. 'Cause yeah, this is where there was like a battle mage or whatever. Right? Where am I? Yeah, I've definitely been over here. Never mind. This is new, though. Sleep is an interesting type of bolt to try using. But I still want to know, where's the graveyard? Well, at the very least, once I clear out the... Oh, wait. That's a graveyard. Not that I can get there from here. Wonder how much this sleep might work on bosses too, because it does have like an effect of lowering damage the target deals and increasing the damage they take, which supposedly lasts for 20 seconds after the proc. Also, we get to see if there's sleep animations for various things. Yeah, the jar laying down was not something I expected to work. The FAQ does say sleep now works on all enemies. So I guess we'll see how all enemies that truly means. That's English that I said. Probably. I think if I remember correctly, that graveyard is accessed from after Reese at the very least. So we do have to do a little bit of the dungeon. Or most of it, rather. God, there's so much of this place. Even more than before. Like, where the heck is this? Good grief. I've been down there at least. Oh, this is just back around here? Weird detour. Oh, there's still no grace directly here. Okay, the graveyard might be down here. Yeah, looks like it. Let's kill Reese first. I'm gonna try something. This was the, oop, that was a blue flask. This was the first original boss fight I encountered, as I recall. And I had like a bit of a tough time. Because I was here much lower level with a different build. Well, anyway. I don't think Deathplate lasted very long. Alright, now let's see if that graveyard is anything for real. Yeah, I didn't think so. Gamers never aim down. Classic saying. So I think the thing said near, next to. Surely this is the cemetery, right? Ow. Sleepy time for Jar. I think these are also magic bolt. I mean, like the element of sleep. And I think jars are weak to that. So that's helping. Yeah. It was already kind of a rude hint because this is within the manor to me, not west. We'll see. I checked west. And yet, but this is the only like cemetery like location I have seen. I've just now realized that with my stealth and use of sleep, it's like they're trank darts, but if trank darts also just killed you, because you used like 15 of them, which probably would kill you. Something like that, yeah. Well... it looks like it stops being a graveyard soon. But this is also the way to some other stuff. Yeah. A problem with the hint? Not surprising. That was something I speculated earlier, because I was like, maybe it just means over here, and I said, how much do you want to bet that they meant east? To the west of the Three Sisters boss arena? But this is the Three Sisters. If you mean boss arena as in this, then I did still need to go through the manor because they couldn't go. On the left side, near Three Sisters, by a set of elevators that take you up to Three Sisters before the boss. So, did I completely miss it when I was over here then? And I didn't need to go through the manor? Sounds like this hint is bad and dumb. I also have this donkey now, or mule rather. Well, I mean, I probably needed to do the manor eventually anyway. There's a cemetery over here. God damn it. This is west though, so I don't know why you were saying it was east. So you also forgot what directions are. I just didn't look over here. Okay, so somebody else forgot what directions were. Also, when I think cemetery, I think like gravestones, not this. Even though this is graves. Of a sort. But also, there's nothing here. Nothing in the cemetery. Oh, there it is. Probably, yep. That's funny, I did like most of the dungeon. Anyway, we have the whole thing now. We can finally see what it is. It's not the right place. It might be war crimes related.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
Trisha's Pomander. What is it? Aromatic chain whip. It's a hammer. Scales mostly on arcane. A fearsome weapon carried and perfected by Trisha the Perfumer. The censer's various perfumes can be altered to suit the needs of the wielder. An ornament to the ingenuity of Trisha before she abandoned her martial pursuits to assist the downtrodden and persecuted. Tap the skill to swap the elemental core of the Pomander, charge the attack to engage the chain of the mace, and perform a combination of aromatic spinning attacks that leave a bursting trail of perfume. But it's not a gun, is the thing about it. So it's fire right now. Wait, what? Hold on. That's just the... That's the strong attack and doesn't have a cost. But it has the element as like a wave attack. Now, of course, there's the skill. I was getting to it. Hold your horses and the mule that is also in the game. Well, it certainly looks fancy. We've also got lightning. I'm noticing right now that the damage type readout for the crossbow looks funny. It does say only one damage type is used, but, you know, still. Okay, it holds the element. Here we have magic, I guess? Oh, this is frost. There was a trick weapon earlier, so it might be straight from Bloodborne. Okay, you can dodge out of that at several points. I'm not sure if there's a reason to use the default attack. Here's Frenzy. God, it gives off a lot of light too, though. Here's regular fire again. Oh, it inflicts immolation. We have a fire DOT. I think, okay, I think they scale a little differently. They all do varying amounts of damage. Well, it certainly seems like a cool weapon. It is not a gun, though. We did find a pike earlier, also, that I was able to use. The yell, the twirl and yell gives you stamina regen, and you can follow it into that. And also, while the buff is active, it changes your strong attacks. So, like, pretty, like, simple weapon, but neat, honestly. What else do we have? Do we have anything else cool? I think concussive smash there is new to the mod. It looks like you have super armor during it, and it does a lot of posture damage. Probably not that much else that I can use this. Evasive slash. Champion's evasion, rather. Right, I think the trick weapon was... Oh, there's also... I never tried using this. Huh. Interesting. So there are some interesting, like, martial weapon in this game. In this mod. Lunging Harvest? I think that's new. Yeah, I think that's a new thing. I thought we had a trick. Oh yeah, we do. The Guardian Spirit Blade was the other thing with the... I think? Oh right, yeah, you two-hand it to switch between spear and sword. So there's multiple trick weapon type things. Actually, isn't there a trick weapon in Bloodborne that is specifically like a mace that you swoosh like this to imbue it with something. I think this is just a Bloodborne. Like, it's lightning even. And I think it has the same attack. Like, the same light attack. Yeah, it doesn't have like this skill attack. But like it has some similarities. Well, this thing's cool. I might try it out a bit, depending on how much I can upgrade it. I will very quickly miss the gun, though.
No matter, lay out your arms.
I don't have money.
Back already, no matter.
Well, that's easy enough to solve. But what if? Well, it's light load when I'm only carrying the one thing. I think this would prevent me from using the skill if I had the crossbow in the left hand, because it would just fire the second bolt type. Just gonna try some stuff. I will never navigate a circle. Yeah, this just fires the second bolt. But what if I use this in the left hand? What then? And it just does kick. I mean, I could do this to give myself a melee attack, technically, which is silly. That would be a very silly use of it. So I guess what you do here is you'd swap between everything until you inflicted everything. Well, and everything that worked. But it doesn't do as much damage as a gun. I mean, it's not upgraded as much. I'll give it a try for a little bit, just for fun. Because we spent the whole stream trying to get it after all, so... Might as well. I do realize it's midnight, but still. I just want to play a little bit more. This is backwards. Now I could equip both, but then I'd be medium weight, so that's still a concern. Oh right, yeah, they added a funny dragon hitting the bridge thing here. I think. Well, that seems pretty effective. Sort of, sometimes. I think the dragon didn't attack the bridge because I already made it leave. Just checking. Well, oh, you're approaching me, etc. I also try... I do have that. There are things I can do to wield both. Okay, maybe not. Unless... What if? And then if I need to use the crossbow two-handed, I can. And if I need to do this, then I can. What if? What if this is the stance? This could be the stance. I should check if the perfume bonuses apply to this weapon. Is something I should do. Surely they must. One would hope. I don't think anyone else has a big fancy quest weapon either. So like, surely. Weird effect. This place is so elaborate. Where even am I at this point? Hmm. What element are the blight bolts? Holy. You know what? That kind of makes sense, actually. Where is anything? Where am I? Why is there like a singular jerboa in here? I guess it works. This place feels like it just keeps getting larger. Oh no, it's one of you. I say, however. Their weakness is blunt damage. Honestly, what I should do is put the blight bolts on the easier to hit button. See, my logic here is if blight makes statuses easier to inflict, and this mace can inflict 1, 2, 3 status effects, that's probably pretty alright as an idea. But I can also just easily switch around the bolt whenever necessary. This is somewhere. This place is such a maze now. It might also just be better to have the generic all-purpose long-range bolt on the easy button. But, you know, whatever. Right, I remember this. Increases the damage of frost sorceries. We used this in another timeline. Oh. I remember dying in one spot and getting extremely lost trying to get back to there. It might have been I couldn't figure out how to get back out here, which I think is the case. Oh yeah, that's why I died. There's a red wolf. Okay, it does still scatter perfume with the horseback attack. I feel like I was constantly wondering if this was added in the recent updates or if it existed before. But I feel like it has to have been added because, like, perfume scattering tech was Shadow of the Erd Tree. So this has to be new to me. And, like, the sensors weren't there before. I mean, I remember going to the places where they were. Some of them. But, you know. I don't think their sensors were there. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, Gravity 2 takes a long time to get, huh? If you have to go all the way here to get to the Everjail? Or is this Gravity 3? It might be Gravity 3. Distortion Field. Alright, how do we get to Einar Ice Guardian? That's probably where we need to go. Not this way. And I think I'll probably start investing stat points into endurance so I can try to get my talisman slots back, I guess. I don't think we got to Einar Ice Guardian, or no, I think we did and we didn't win, and I was like, I'll come back later. I think. Not 100% sure. Changing my mind and just going back to generically useful shot. Surely Einar must be this way. Somehow, somewhere, some way. Yeah, this is looking kind of familiar. Oop, knife. Yeah, there's the boss gate. Oh, that's just a creature. Frostwitch Dino. Ow. I think I fought you. The Wicked Wild. Yeah. I did see that, including the Wicked Wild. That's kind of interesting. Also, Sage is in it, and like the Babylon Rogues are back. Lots of fun reveals in that little trailer that they did. I'm excited for that game. It seems like they just mashed all of the Sonic racing games together. I didn't play Frontiers, so I don't know that much about Sage, but people seem to like Sage, so I think this is good. Deathbite seems a little bit unnecessary, honestly. I'm pretty sure I fought you. I don't know if I ever won. Oh, you reflect projectile. That's very funny. Also, you have hitboxes the size of Mars. Okay. I wasn't sure if that I guess the Frostbite did the damage there. That's very doable. Honestly, if I had sat at that menu for a bit, my minions might have won, which would have been funny. Probably just focus on bow, gun, bow for this. Don't try to do anything too fancy. Granted, the boss is occasionally blocking bullet, but that's fine. I've never met anyone who can outsmart bullet for too long. I don't think I beat that boss before. That'll be proven wrong very quickly if like the next level of frost, if a high level of frost spells is over there, gesturing towards the door. Oh wait, no, this just goes over here. Which is a place you can get to normally anyway, now. Because I already talked to Ronnie, etc. earlier. So, hooray, we've done the two dungeons that like two of the big dungeons that I did last time. Let's see what the Remembrance does. And we also got our fancy new, well, there's a little bit of gun to it. Kinda. Like a gun stick. Einar's Hammer. Intelligence and Arcane because it's ice. Einar's Ice Storm. You can do the stuff that Einar did, or some of it. Makes sense. Now I won't be able to do that because I don't have the stats. Now let's see if the perfume buffs buff the weapon, the new weapon, but also do this. Not that that gives me enough to do anything. This will be the last thing before we end for today. So, I assume it would not buff the damage of the base hit. Like that. And we will replace, not the Quiver Talisman, because that would be disastrous to forget that I don't have equipped. Yeah, that doesn't change. However, that does like almost as much as a regular hit, first of all. Okay, that does also scale with two-handing. So that's 691. Hey, that's a big boost. It works. And now, but what if? All of the Perfumer armor set increased damage of perfumes by 2%. They do lower Arcane. But this does end up being more damage a little bit, I think. So that was 878. Yeah, but also, I'm realizing, I think the Perfumer set is like lighter by a not insignificant amount. So can I get away with like equipping this and then swapping out I can swap out both of those talismans if I do that. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. I think I still want the arrow sting talisman, probably. 12. That's winged sword. Wrong. There it is. Yeah, probably still want that. And then... That's a lot more, but I don't know how often I'll be using that. That doesn't accidentally count as kicking or stomping somehow, right? No, just thought it'd be funny. There's always the two-handed talisman. Which is pretty good. But it would only apply to this. We could also lower the FP cost of skills or something, which... Yeah, we could also have stamina. We could just give ourselves 6 arcane again. There's options. I guess 6 arcane is the most generically useful one. Except for maybe the stamina. Yeah, and the 6 arcane applies to both. I can put more points into arcane, I suppose. Do these give me more or less endurance than... I think they give me the same amount of endurance as Omen Killer. Okay. Yeah, but they give me more vigor, so I also have more HP with these. I should probably, like, change what's in my physic, maybe. Alright. I can, like, put the next points back into arcane instead of endurance, because we don't actually need endurance. It turns out. Oh, I made that invisible instead of... I keep thinking invisible is go back to normal glamour. So this is what the regular Perfumer robe looks like, by the way. It's also pretty good. Just trying to figure out what fashion we're doing. The cape's a bit much. I think I like the depraved Perfumer without the cape that we were just doing a bit ago. But also... this is still good, I think, as well. I'll go with this for now. There's also various non-perfumer options, of course. But, you know. This thing also provides a lot of light, I'm noticing. I probably don't need the lantern with this thing. Just as one demonstration of that. Yeah, barely any difference. Change your lighting on the fly. Well, yeah, anyway. This has been Elden Ring, the Convergence mod. We got the ultimate smell attack mace, and it's actually really cool. And then we worked out how to use it and the gun at the same time, so now I have more power than ever before. Hooray. I'm not entirely sure what to do next time, because we've got all sorts of things we can run about and do. I guess I never went and talked to Edgar again. We can clear out a whole bunch of random stuff. We can just forge onward. Probably Radon needs to be done soon. And a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, we'll figure that out. Assuming I keep playing, which I probably will. It's been fun. So, thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. And I hope to see you again on the next stream, whenever and whatever that may be. So, good night, everyone.